What's up, everybody? Good to see you all today. Hope everyone's having a great day today. Oh, my hair is just like I got this part wanting to stick up and this part not wanting to do much of anything. So it's just gonna be apparently sticking up over here tonight. And you know what? That's fine. I'm not gonna fight it. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you, Cher, Bazaar, JJ, everybody else. Good to see you all. Wow, we are in the final difficult stretch of this Darkest Dungeon campaign, so it's gonna be crazy.
Our family name, once so well regarded, is now barely whispered aloud by decent folk.
Alright. Okay. Up, door snore. Let's get right to it, folks. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, thanks for being here. I'm The Voice, and this is The Echo, where everybody has a voice. That means me, you, our games, our characters, our stories, our heroes and villains, successes and failures, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, the wins, and the losses in all things sci-fi and fantasy, particularly and especially gaming. This is a place where we come together to enjoy those things alongside challenging gameplay in a chill environment as part of an awesome community of amazing people. That's each and every one of you. Whether it's your first time here, whether you're a long-time regular, whether you're a lurker or a chatter, whether you recently returned to the stream, stumbled in by accident, got here through a raid one day, found us on YouTube, are tuning in on the YouTube side, or don't even know how you got here. The time you guys choose to spend here is awesome and amazing and extremely valuable to me, so thank you very much for that. And thank you for all the ways you guys choose to support the stream, the channel, the community, and me, and give me the continued opportunity to create this space, curate this experience, and share some good times, good vibes, and good games with a great group of awesome people. Today we are continuing Darkest Dungeon. Bloodmoon campaign, we're on week like 93 or 4. We've got the Viscount, the Countess, and the 4 Darkest Dungeon quests to complete, and we will have reached our goal. That means we have the hardest fights left. We have 7 weeks to do 6 of the hardest fights, which means if I screw up even one time, that's all I've got. I got one mulligan, one do-over, and that's it. So, it's a hell of a challenge. Let's take a look. And I do apologize for the yawning. The last couple of days, I've been getting my schedule back into alignment of getting to sleep at a good time and waking up early and actually having some of the day to do stuff and be productive and, you know, live. But I'm getting to bed a little bit earlier than I wanted to last night, which meant I slept okay and I slept a decent amount of time, but I woke up quite early compared to the fact that my workday is essentially just starting. Well, about an hour ago. Because I do stuff pre-stream, you know, before I'm live. That all is involved in all of this, so yeah. So I do apologize for a little bit of yawning tonight. It's not that I'm bored, it's not that I'm not engaged, it's not that I'm not thrilled to be here, it's just physical realignment takes some time. Especially with someone who I've dealt with insomnia for so many, literally decades, that getting good healthy sleep is still an odd thing in my life. It's only been a matter of a couple months that it's really been something that's been present, and so when things get out of alignment, my natural habit and rhythm is to just let it be out of alignment. And instead now I'm choosing to try to keep it in a natural, healthier rhythm. And that takes some effort and time. And sometimes it doesn't work out that well. I know once I kind of get myself engaged, we'll be back, you know, I'll be feeling all right. So all right. Anything that we can get right now that's going to help us in the courtyard, basically. Not really. This is one of the better ones, but I'm not actually taking any of those classes in right now to the, because we're probably starting with the Viscount. Alright. So last night, we took out the Prophet, the Cannon, and the Hag, and we killed a Champion Shambler without losing anybody. So we finished all the regions. We're done with the farmstead, as far as all the bosses. We've just got the Darkest Dungeon, the Viscount, and the Countess. I think we, now it's time to set up for the Viscount. So there's a lot of ways to go about fighting the Viscount. He gets a lot of actions per turn, but doesn't generally do that much damage individually compared to at least some other bosses. His mechanic is essentially that he's present with a handful of corpses, and he can choose one of his actions to feed on one of those corpses, which can heal him, but also spreads blight and bleed from the corpse to himself. And because of his many actions per turn, blighting and bleeding him can be quite good for damage. Now, I'm attempting a full clear and kill in 1 week, which means the team not only needs to be capable of fighting the Viscount, they need to be capable of the entire dungeon, which is a long dungeon, in a single week, which means they have to have healing, stress healing, good camp skills, flexibility, good crowd control, primarily stuns, and they need to be okay with getting shuffled. So, one of the, most of the Viscount's attacks also attack the whole party, which means another viable way to fight him is riposte builds. Highwaymen, man-at-arms, and then like a vessel for healing. The problem is that those groups don't do well getting through the dungeon. They just do well on the boss fight. So it's not generally the way I go. So my inclination for how to take this fight is, first off, Flagellant. It gives me healing. Big heals, but they're limited use. But consistent heals with the dot, or the hot, which can keep people off death's door. They're also quite immune to bleed with the right items, and that a lot of the enemies in the courtyard cause bleeding. They're also, with those same items that I tend to put on them, quite disease resistant, which avoids the Crimson Curse, which is not that big of a deal once you're in the courtyard, but fine. Second, Occultist. Occultist is okay on the Viscount fight. They're excellent in the courtyard in general because they have high natural dodge, which means they avoid a lot of incoming damage, which also means they avoid a lot of potential stress. They have a inconsistent heal, but it can sometimes be a very big heal, and that's obviously quite good. They have one of the best stuns in the game, and this can also stun the Viscount. Now, the Viscount has many actions a turn, but if all the Occultist is doing is trading his action for one of the Viscount's actions, that's worth it. It works consistently enough. For position 3, I'm looking at probably a Plague Doctor, because they offer Blight, they offer Stun. The Viscount also himself sets up Riposte, and so attacks made against him need to be able to deal with the counterattack. But the Plague Doctor can knock him out of position using a decent stun, which also does not provoke Riposte. And this is also useful in the entirety of the dungeon for stunning enemies. With Incision, they can do a quite good bleed. Blight is okay in the courtyard, but it's not incredible. It's great against the Viscount himself, but it's not otherwise incredible in the courtyard. But Bleed is exceptionally good in the courtyard. And the crit modifier on Incision being quite high means this attack is very often going to crit, which is just a little bit of extra healing, stress healing. Also, the Viscount causes bleed and blight, and with battlefield medicine, they can cure that. So they're not only they're great in the entire dungeon, but they're good against the Viscount. Maybe not the best, but quite good. If you want to go the route of not attacking the Viscount as directly, their blight and bleed on the corpses will spread to him. So the fact that they can stack double blight, possibly hitting the Viscount and one of the corpses, can really impact his damage. And because he takes so many actions per turn, their 6 points of blight for 3 turns turns into 18 points of blight before they take another action. Because the Viscount takes 3 actions, which means the dot ticks 3 times. So dot damage throughput is exceptionally good. And then for the last position, I'm probably going to go Houndmaster. They have good natural dodge, which again helps to avoid damage. They have Cry Havoc, which is the default stress heal, but when combined with the Flagellant's ability to flex into some stress healing, gives the team an overall cohesive ability to deal with stress. They can put bleeds on, which by themselves are not the biggest bleeds in the game, but they're paired with a relatively good attack in Hound's Rush, or you can Hound's Harry and hit all the corpses. And again, because he takes all his actions very rapidly, that turns from a 2 point for 3 rounds into just 6 points of additional damage. Paired with Vulnerability Hex, which can mark the target, this is 100% bonus damage versus marked. If you're able to save a dog biscuit until the Viscount fight, you can blow him up. We killed the champion hag yesterday before she could burn out 1 unit totally. I think they kicked out of the cauldron, and she might have killed them, but they avoided the attack. They dodged. The Viscount has less health than the champion level hag. He can heal himself, but she healed herself twice when we fought her, and we still killed her pretty quickly. So I think this party will do quite well. And none of them are going in with the Crimson Curse, which just gives me a little bit of buffer before one of them inevitably does get it, and then you have to start using blood to maintain. They also have just good camping skills. Prevents nighttime ambush, additional scouting, stress relief. So I think this party will do good for not only the dungeon, but for the fight itself. They can do it all. All right. Now I have to decide if I'm taking the Bloody Herb. I think it's good enough to take. And then do I take Blasphemous Vial? I think the bonus stun is worth it. I think that's their 2 trinkets. It does leave their dodge a little bit low, but overall, I'm not mightily concerned about that. Okay. Occultist for sure takes Cauldron. The plus 30 stun skill chance is just too good. But what's their secondary? It might be Mirror. Yeah. Stun skill chance versus Bloodsuckers and speed, so that they're always going to get that attack off. Yeah, I think that's a good way to go. I kind of like putting extra dodge on them, but I feel like that's just too good. That gives him a plus 50% stun chance versus... That means even with the plus 50% stun resistance that comes a turn after a unit is stunned, they're still likely to land the second stun. And that just locks down for a lot of turns. Alright. Flagellant. Extra hit points, bleed resist, and then probably Handkerchief. That's kind of my usual for them. Houndmaster. Do I go damage or do I go evasion? Or do I go utility like scouting? Because, like, I could just, like, stack them a ton of dodge. But I could also stack them quite heavily on damage. Speed, damage, and crit for range skills. Accuracy and speed and negative stress if they're in position 4. Accuracy and speed on range skills. Crit and damage on range skills. Speed and damage. Damage versus marked, which would be huge. I don't think damage is the way I go. Because I think in the totality of this, you think about it, it's all about resisting. It's all about maintaining for the totality of the encounter. Like, just going all the way. Do I go utility or additional dodge? I think I'm leaning on the dodge. Because then he can guard the Plague Doctor if they're in a tight spot. What's the accuracy? Why are they still... Are they still suffering the effects of... That is really annoying if that's the case. They had a stress heal happen, and then it gave them an effect after they took the stress heal. And it was one of the reasons we didn't go after the Viscount, as I wanted that effect to go away. Where was it? Hey, Chaos. Yeah. This was 8 weeks ago. They're affected by that until they go out? That doesn't make any sense. Like, it was 8 weeks ago. That should wear off by just not taking them out on the next week. That's frustrating as hell if that's still active. Wow. Do I switch to the other Plague Doctor? Light sensitive's not great, but it doesn't actually affect them that much. They do have crit on melee skills. And good speed. Maybe they're just better. Okay. Annoying, but we adapt. All right. start with these. Yes. Don't really care about moving them as much. Yeah, that's stupid. They're suffering double vision for 8 weeks. That just doesn't make any sense at all. Make sure I'm happy with my choices here. I think Dazzling Mirror is a really good choice there. Okay. Right. Yeah, that's just a small oversight. I'll call it a small oversight. We've got some duplicates, but we're not in need of money, so... we gotta be as ready as we can, so. Alright, I do have the Viscount map available as well, so. Alright, well. No time like the present. Let me get everyone else prepared, though. Only pray. Okay. Let's do it. Hey, Mom, what's going on? Good to see you tonight. About to start a very, very, terrifyingly dangerous mission in this game. All right. Let's do it to it.
The feasting and revelry would last for weeks at a time. Great stone tables were set with such an abundance of rare delicacies that we would stuff ourselves until the exotic became mundane. When the lavish spread began to spoil, a ravenous gourmand gleefully proposed that we sample from the fetid pile of composting refuse. The notion was dismissed as decidedly unhealthy. But days later, he was found cackling madly atop a heap of rancid comestibles, licking his fingers in delight.
Ew.
The corpulent braggart could never eat his fill. Let him dine on sharpened steel tonight.
Okay. So, the first section leads us to that room. After that room is another short hallway and then the blue door. But if we go south, it's nothing. It's a waste of space. We go north, there's a winding path that leads to the blue key. We do not have to fight a croc that's south of that area. Now, after we get the blue key, we can backtrack and go back through the blue door, or we can just go to the right, and you technically don't ever need the blue key. You bypass the door, but you invoke a couple extra fights by going that way. Then from there, we cut into the southern part of the map. We go down into the left through 2 square rooms joined by single hallways, and it's down there that we can get our first wine crate for camping. So we have a long way to go before our first camp. Once down there, we can start camping. There's actually quite a few wine crates we can kind of stack up if we can make some inventory space. And then there's the yellow key, and which we need to progress into the final section of the map, the top right. The bottom right, there's a Crimson Court trinket over to the bottom right corner. It's a little bit of extra fighting, but it's a CC trinket. We come back up, we go to the yellow door, and we enter into the final, essentially kind of circular section, the top right of the map. From there, we go all the way to the right. There's another Crimson Court trinket. We go up from there, and we find our way to the red key. The red key then opens the final hallway where the Viscount is located. It is a long dungeon, but... Alright, let's do it. Make sure I have all my correct curio references up. I believe this one is just, if you activate it with nothing, it gives you a fight against bloodsuckers. If you activate it with a torch, you get loot and blood. I don't really need anything from that, so we're gonna bypass it. There's a fight on one of these tiles. Should be the next tile. Okay, most dangerous enemy here is the Esquire. Get a stun on him right away. The Sycophant is guarded. Blight resistance isn't too high on them, so I feel like I can probably land this. Yep. And then we're gonna target the Flesh Eater because it's a beast, and this does bonus damage versus beasts just by default. Get rid of the Flesh Eater. That's one target down. The Esquire is dangerous, but he's also stunned, and that eliminates a full attack from our turn, so... Nice crit right off the bat. Always a treat. He's gonna die. We're gonna stun here.
A decisive pummeling.
Nice crit. And we're gonna do a Cry Havoc. Keep our stress in check.
Masterfully executed.
That's a little stress heal. He's also dead to the dots. And it didn't hit the one person it needed to hit, which is classic. Good heal, and it will never bleed him. He's immune to that bleed, so.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Game. That's enough.
A powerful blow.
Crit chance is quite high. Go for a stress heal? Oh, he's gonna live with 1 health. Thank you. No, he's not.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
I'm just gonna be dropping stuff, so doesn't really matter what I pick up. We're not here for treasure. It's the Crimson Court trinkets, but now one thing he can do is he can take some stress. He can lower the amount of stress he takes by taking off others, but on camp he's able to remove a large amount of stress. So him getting some stress isn't the worst thing. He can also never become afflicted. He can, well, he can, but it's always the rapturous affliction. So the courtesan. It's a lot of stress for one attack, but nice crit. Might be able to kill him. I think I'm gonna stun him though. And then put a bleed on him. This game is called Darkest Dungeon. It is a Lovecraftian dark gothic role-playing game dealing with themes of madness, stress, invading evil and corruption and combating against those things to rid the world of them. It is the first role-playing game to essentially introduce the mental stress and the physical, and not just the physical endurance needed, but the mental endurance, the spiritual endurance, the emotional endurance that adventuring heroes would need to have to combat this type of grotesque evil. It's also one of the best games ever made, just mechanically. It is incredible. Oof, almost killed her. Did it bleed her? She's dead. Right now, we're in a particular part of the Darkest Dungeon called, well, an outlier called the Courtyard, which has been overrun by a ravenous brood of essentially vampires, but in this universe, they are presented as bug-like descendant as opposed to bat-like in most popular vampiric following lore. And they are hideous and grotesque, and it's nasty. But we don't give up. Never surrender. He's stunned, so I want to try to get some stress healing in instead of attacking him, because he's dead to this on his next turn. Hate bugs and vampires. Yeah, I mean, it's got both. Both in one. It's a bug and a vampire. A bug-pyre, if you will.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
All right. north it is. I don't know if there's a fight in this room or not, but it's not a guaranteed fight for a couple hallways. Nice. I don't even know if this is worth using here. What I'm probably going to do is leave it, because if I backtrack this way, this will probably be more valuable then. I can deal with the amount of stress they have right now without too much trouble. Yes, I do. Nice dodge. I didn't scout that trap. Traps in the darkest dungeon can cause, like, effects, stress, damage, bleeding, but they can also spawn fights, which can cause all of those same things with the addition of having to go through a whole fight. These dungeons are so big. Nothing there. Is there another trap in front of us? No, it's a blood flowers. And then there's a fight in this room. Guaranteed fight. Okay, Chevalier is the biggest danger here. Can't reach him with the stun, so I'm going to stun the Flesh Eater. And then I'm going to play Grenade. Their dodge feels low right now. I guess I don't have a dodge trinket on them. Still feels low. But... oof. That's not great. They dodged that, though. I'll take it. Biggest danger here is Weakened Prey can do a ton of damage to a marked target. I'm going to stun again. Oh, he dodged it. Didn't even have to roll to avoid it. Just dodged it. Double stun the back line. And then I'm going to hit the back line again. And then I'm going to guard him with the Houndmaster. If I get to before the Flesh Eater's turn. Okay, it's Mike. I think that's what it is. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Echo. Glad to have you here. Hope you're doing awesome today. That's 14 damage. That's 14 damage. Now he's going to take 14 more here. Works for me. No bleed. It's relatively bleed resistant. He could face a big attack here.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
It's a little bit of a big attack. The biggest part of that is not the physical damage. It's the fact that it caused that much stress.
This is how a life is taken.
Hey, thanks so much. I'm glad you've been enjoying. We'll be getting back to some XCOM soon. After this campaign, I'm probably going to be playing some XCOM 2, which I haven't done near as much of, but as other XCOM titles. But yeah, XCOM's a staple around these parts, so... Wow, that could have killed him. Because the turn came up before. I should have guarded him. That was a mistake on my part. That could have cost me this entire run. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime sub. We'll catch you next time. Wow, a crit for 6. I mean, I shouldn't complain. It's a stress heal. All this is always just about something bad like that's gonna happen. Just maintain. You just have to stick with it. Now, this mortality debuff sucks, but one of the things I specifically picked up was, didn't I? Yeah, remove mortality debuff. But I don't know if he can use that on himself, because it says one companion. And I don't know if he can use that on himself, but I'll check when I go to camp. Oof. Okay. No worries there. Gives me a little bit of extra time for more recovery, too. Not exactly what I had in mind, but sure. Because he'll die to the bleed. No, he won't. He has 1 health. Alright, that'll do it.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Alright, first tough fight. No fight in this hallway or room, and then there's a fight halfway down the next hall. No traps, no fights, no curios, just an empty hallway. Which always feels really weird in this game. Always. Alright, now there's a fight on this tile. Right here. The one on the corner. Okay. Supplicants are the least dangerous bloodsuckers, so...
Precision and power.
In general. Like, it's a generalization, but... generally it's true. Generally speaking. Little shit dodged me. Okay, he's dead. Light's annoying, but we can deal with it. It's a chunk of damage. It's not a very big heal. That deals with the blight, though. Beautifully. Let's keep our stress in check. I don't think they can use it on themselves. That's why I don't think it'll work on him. So the fact that he's the one that got the debuff is unfortunate. But I may have other camp skills that can deal with mortality. I don't think I do. Because this is one companion. They can't encourage themselves. And his are all stealth-focused. So, not that big of a deal. Okay. It's annoying, but it's all about maintaining. Good dodge. They don't have very high dodge, so. He's not landing too many big heals, especially not on the Flagellant, who's the one taking a big chunk of the damage overall. Get rid of that.
The onslaught. Destroy them all.
good.
Exposed to a killing blow.
I knew a crit was gonna have to happen this fight, just because that's the way the game works. A whole 4? Wowzers! That's what I thought, Olfin, but figured I'd check. A crit for 4 and a crit for 2. Wow! Gee golly, that's great.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the
All right. Thronging hive in this room. Which does me no good. All right. Continuing to the right. There's a throbbing cocoon midway down the hallway, which will do stress heal. And then an empty room. And then there's a fight halfway down the next hallway. And then another throbbing cocoon after that. So there's a fight. Yeah, we scouted it this time. So we know that the fight is there. Okay, nasty one with a Chevalier. Let's just stun the little shit. Can't stun the Supplicant, but I can stun the Chevalier. Let's get rid of a target.
Impressive.
Good raw damage on that, let alone the potential for the bleed. That was just a lot of damage. Wow, resisted. Jeez, that's pretty uncommon. Even with the 110, I still had a very high chance to get him. Wow. Good job. Nice stress heal there, too. Well, the Chevalier's the most dangerous, but eliminating the other targets has just been the way this has played out. Dodged. Come on. Think you can hit me with that weak shit? Not even close, baby. Dodged it. It's not okay. It's decidedly un-okay. More than a feeling. I got a feeling who he's gonna attack. Come on! Tell me I don't know. I knew what he was gonna do. Fucking predictable. That's a big heal. Come on. I'm nice with it. Damn, that's a lot of money.
Success so clearly.
This is why you're supposed to come in here multiple times.
It's merely
You don't just leave all this money sitting on the ground, but... Rubies are worth more, but I already have 3 sapphires. Maybe I'll do that. I mean, I've still got 6. No one's infected. Trinkets and baubles. You know, paid for in blood. Ah! Because I just traded it for blood. Yeah, that's right. Oh, it's the next room. That's what I was looking for. I don't need to use a torch here. But I can. I have enough torches for the whole dungeon. There's no reason really not to. First hunger check of the run. Okay. I took off my double stun, but that should be fine. We're gonna stun here. We're gonna stun here. Or not. This could be a nasty fight with that single stun resist can change the dynamic of the whole fight. Okay, game. That's enough. I've had enough.
The ground.
This is gonna be painful. Good dodge. The one that I have the lowest is now guarded. He can't stun from this position, but I don't want to give up an action. She's dead. That crit is huge, because now she's completely dead. Oh my god, stop dodging me. He's been dodged twice already. These guys can do a lot of damage, yeah. Alright. Good heal.
Sedated.
Wow, resisted it. Need a big hit here. Well, he's 3 health. He's more health now. He's exactly dead, though. Okay. Wow, their blight resist is just kicking in. Good dodge. Alright, he's exactly dead. He has been dodged on that attack 3 times. It's a base accuracy 105, which means they have a 20% chance to dodge it, and they've dodged it 3 straight times. A little bit annoying. Recovered the health side mostly. He needs a little bit more. Now he does too, but
Confusion.
resisted the curse.
And panic.
Powerful. He's got more dodge and didn't dodge the Hound's rush. About maintaining. Okay. Good. Nasty fight. We missed our stuns early, but...
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
Okay. It was nice to pick up the gems, but... Alright. I don't think I backtrack. I think I just go down and around. I suffer or run into 2 fights, but if I go the other way, I have to backtrack the whole way and run into 1 fight. So this way, I basically... And there's a Thronging Hive and a Damned Fountain for stress heal along this path. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go forward. Which also begs the question why I picked up the blue key, because I don't fucking need it if I'm not going through the blue door. So, this is the blue door. So I have to backtrack all this way to go through that door. Otherwise, I'm coming down on a path that goes to here. And I don't ever go backwards to the blue door. But backtracking, I know there's no fights. Well, there's no fights on the path. There's a fight right after the blue door, and there might even be a fight in the room that the blue door is in. Funnily enough, I think I'm going to wind up doing kind of a mix of both. If you go here, it's a croc fight without a Crimson Court trinket, so not worth it. That's what this little room is. And if you go north from here, it joins up to here. It's basically just a roundabout that you don't ever need to go to. Exciting hallway. There's a fight in this hallway. That's... Alton, I was wondering... I didn't think it out loud, but I'm not 100% sure, because if they can, then you're never guaranteed that you won't backtrack into a fight anyway. I'm not sure either way, so... Yeah, can't really answer, honestly. He's getting dodged way too damn much right now.
Well struck.
All right. Okay, it's dead. Oh, it was guarded. I should have attacked the supplicant. Or the sycophant, excuse me. At least his dodge stacking is giving him... Every time I mention the dodge, the enemy's like, I can dodge. We dodge, we can dodge. Yeah, for sure we can dodge. I don't want you to dodge. Hey! What did I just say? Wow, it critically healed him. Of course it did. Oh my god, stop dodging me. It has 31 dodge, but my attacks are at like 115 accuracy, so it has a 15% chance. And they're dodging like they're at a 50%. Except him for some reason. And he's the least accurate here. By far. Because of this. Dodged. Not dodged. No bleed. Bleed. Not dodged and bleed. Thank you, game. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Stop it! Get rid of the bleed. Alright, it's dead, so... Fight over. Ugh.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
I'm not gonna change. Okay. There's a Wizened Shrew, which if you trade her blood, if you trade them blood, they'll give you normal trinkets. I think it can be like any trinket except for boss-specific stuff. Alright, there's a fight halfway down this next hallway. There's a fight right there. And there's also a trap, which I did not scout. Okay, only 3 targets. Bro. Focus one of the worms down. Need to do 9 damage. Good. Ow.
Reeling, about to break.
Dude, stop dodging him. Damn, lady. She's not as dangerous alone as when she's buffing an entire group with Minuet, but she can do that shit, which causes horror.
The abyss.
Horror's not that bad.
Even the boldest gaze.
Cry Havoc relatively comfortably counters it when it works, but you have to do it every turn. And you can't use Cry Havoc out of combat, and Horror ticks out of combat, but not a problem. Dude, so many freaking
This
rubies.
expedition at least promises success.
Okay, there's a trap here on the next 1 or 2 tiles that I did not scout, which might cause us a fight. Yep.
Mind that such missteps
It's a
are
small
the
fight,
exception
so...
and not the rule.
It's stunned. When stunned, your dodge chance should be either 0 or dramatically reduced.
Such a terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
It's a small fight. Not you, game. Way too much damage for pre-digestion. That's like a lot. And of course, he soaks the stress attack. Okay. Small fight, and the game's like, yeah, but... What's up, Jimmy? Good heal. It's a very defensive turn. I didn't get a lot accomplished offensively, but sometimes that matters more. Resisted. Dodge. Ooh, nice. Pretty low chance to dodge, so. Alright, health is stabilized. Stress is high here, but we're about to have a stress heal Curio come up, so that'll help. And we'll be able to camp relatively soon. Alright, that one's dead and a little stress heal.
Injury. Palpable fear.
Oh look, it's 75% erased. Stop acting like it's the end of the world, game. Stress heal. Good.
Seize this momentum.
Push on to the task's end. This is a damned fountain. Good stress heal. Okay, nothing in this hallway. Fight in this room. Where's the first forgotten delicacies? Okay, so it's right before the first wine crate. So we can stock up on some extra food. So that means we can feast during our camps. Okay, this is a very dangerous fight. Double Chevalier. Chevaliers. Chevaliers. Very dangerous. I should have just had him swing and attack. Let's focus him down. They resist the bleed. Their bleed resist is low. There's our first curse, which is expected when you're in the courtyard, but... Weak attack. Only got the one. This could hurt. Okay. Glad he dodged. Someone's almost done. dodge. Okay. Alright, that one's dead. Alright. Resisted. He already has it. Nice hit. That one's dead. I wouldn't mind if he got hit, because then he'd be able to use redeem. I guess I'll just put some reclaims out. Should be dead, right? Oh, 1 health. Okay. Do it like that.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
So this is the blue door, and I might go through the fight that I have to take right here just to get the blue key out of my inventory. And there's something in me that just wants to make sure it gets used on the door, even though I don't think it makes any difference for anything else in the dungeon. I'm just weird like that.
Hello there.
Hey, what's up, Dutchie? Alright, she's dead before she takes an action. Owl. Owl of Vengeance.
Gnawing uncertainty. The birthplace.
Not quite the finale, but close. Like, we're in the home stretch, but we won't finish the game today. Too many big challenges. This dungeon will take most of the stream today. And it's gonna kind of be hard to fit a second one in because they're all long dungeons. I guess the first Darkest Dungeon quest is relatively short. But the second, third, and fourth are not short at all. Well, the fourth is fairly short. The second and third aren't. And the Countess is longer than this.
Festering fear consumes the mind.
And we're not halfway done with this one yet, to be very clear.
The blood quickens.
Yeah, we're about a third, between a quarter and a third of the way done through this dungeon right now.
Their cursed champion falls.
So much money. Yeah, so we've started here, up and around, and then down here, there's a whole section to get one of the keys, and then there's an equivalent size section over here to get a Crimson Court trinket, and then over here is the Viscount section, which is probably about this big. We're gonna come back right through that, so we'll hit it going the other way. Okay, nothing in the room. That's what I thought, but now I know. So now you know. All right, to the south we have a wizened shrew, and then a fight halfway down, and then forgotten delicacies, which is food. Good surprise. Good hit from the flagellant could mean no attacks on the turn. That should do it. Yodamus. Double stun on the Chevalier. Smack the little shit. Dodge me. The thirst. Or a bombing. You know what? How about no? How about you don't get to do that to me? Ooh, big damage. He is not inaccurate. They're just dodging his attacks like crazy. Ow. Ow. That hurt. Nice time for a dodge.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
I've got 8 shovels. I don't need more. Nice. Healing and a full stack. Filling up that stack of food again. This is a fight with treasure, which means we don't really care. We just, the fight. Double Chevaliers. I'm gonna mark here for the Houndmaster to have a marked target. It's a good thing he didn't crit, because if he crits there, they slide forward, and Blinding Gas can't hit both of the Chevaliers. So there's actually a time when a crit would have been a negative, or if it had died to the bleed, which also removes the corpse. Oh, come on! You have more than twice his dodge, yet you let him hit at you. Alright, good job dodging that. Legitimately. This will stun the back one. This one's immune right now, functionally. Good damage from the mark. Slides forward. Subterranean skewer. Dodged. That is not the correct one. That works, though. That was the correct one. That one's dead. What's up, Bogu? Good to see ya. I knew which one I was going after. Totally not a misclick. It was entirely intentional. Nice, it's dead. Oh! Party white to the swine prince. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's rough.
A trifling victory.
What
But a victory nonetheless.
Yeah. Party white to the swine prince. That's rough. Alright. Forgotten Delicacies, Wine Crate, fight in the room. Don't actually have that much room for the food. I could dot back up here. You know what? I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna drop these double fi- I don't know if I've ever seen that. I don't know if I knew that was possible. That this could give double firewood. Because I'm not here for money. I'm here for this. This dungeon is very long, and I need all the supplies to make it through it. I don't care about the money. I don't know if I ever saw double firewood from that, ever. And I've played a lot of this game. It's a rough shuffle. Especially when she goes and fucking dodges. Dude, what is this fight? Just get everybody out of position right away, huh, game? Oh my god. So Midnight Minuet buffs all their damage by 30% and their speed by 5. It is rough. That's why she's so dangerous. Stop guarding her, you little fuckers. She needs to die. Damn it. she's guarded. Okay, the one in the back is dead. He's dead on his turn, so swing here. Nice crit. Good dodges. Big heal. Nope, that wasn't a big heal. I need their positions fixed, but if that hits, I can kill him. Bleed. Nope, just a mark. Okay. She's the most dangerous enemy here, and she's gonna be the last one alive. Whatever. She's got a lot of dodge right now, so. Not that much, though. I got more. Just heal yourself. They're dead to the bleed, so I'm just gonna take the turn to do a little recovery. All right. Just looking at the map. Bunch of thronging hives, forgotten delicacies, yellow key, wine crate, another wine crate. It's a lot of wine crates.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
Okay. Wow, we fully scouted too. Okay, so we want to go to the left and down. Yep. Nice, fills that stack of food perfectly. This is a damn... Nope, more forgotten delicacies. I will do this while I have the spot. Although, I shouldn't, because I'm about to pick up a key. I should have maybe grabbed this coming back the other way. Because I'm going to have room for the yellow key in my inventory. So... this is a square that meets back up, and then there's a hallway that goes this way. There's either this hallway fight, or you have to take the fight in the room. I'll just take the hallway fight. Okay, he's craving. That's fine. We're gonna go ahead and bloodlust him. Alright, she's dead. Just gotta deal with this one. We're gonna mark for the Houndmaster. Good. Big damage here kills her. Oh, she's getting her turn first. Dodged, bitch! Dead, bitch! Turns. Oddly enough,
How quickly the tide turns.
one of the least useful provisions in here for me is the bandages. You know, these enemies are often quite high on bleed affliction or effect, but I think the higher difficulty you go against, the less frequently you seem to see bleed in here in the courtyard. Or against bloodsuckers. It's blight or disease, you know, the curse.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of
Yeah, he's
battle.
dead. Don't even need the damn fountain. I guess you know you're doing okay if that's the case. These traps are so devious because the foreground vegetation here basically hides them to where even when they're scouted, they can be very difficult to see because this foreground shading, the silhouettes of the reeds and grass, still make it very hard to see that it's there. Very devious. Alright. Now I have decisions to make on inventory. Because here's a wine crate. I think I'm going to wind up ditching a stack of the torches. I'm just scanning the map. And there's very few of the barriers that require torches. One stack will be enough.
Wealth beyond measure, awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
And then there's forgotten delicacies. But there's going to be a lot of these. And I'm not going to be able to take more than 6 right now. In the next, so there's this room, and then there's another hallway, and there's a room where the Crimson Court trinket is. I need to make room for the trinket. And then there's a hallway with 2 more wine crates available. And then when I go over to the other side and get there's a key here and a Crimson Court trinket on the other side. When I go back from the other side, there's 2 more wine crates available before the yellow key, and then 2 more after the yellow key. Like, there's a lot of camping potential. I don't know if I need all that firewood, you know? But I'm gonna do this.
A fortune.
It was less than
waiting
the
to be
total
spent.
that I could stack, so. There's a thronging hive, and then their yellow key is in this room. Okay. Well, I want to focus the Chevaliers, but they're both guarded, so I guess I'm attacking the little shits. That little shit's dead. That little shit'll be dead before his next turn. Well, this'll heal him, so I'll have to hit him. Might as well get a bleed on that one. He's minus 100% dodge. This is a 140% bleed chance. They only have 60 bleed resist, and yet they've resisted it numerous times. Ow. Very ow. Excuse me? You wanna not? Guys do a lot of damage. I need to switch him back to Reclaim. That cures her own bleed. When she targets somebody else, she cures their bleed and herself. So she can give the heal to somebody else and then still get the bleed taken off. Okay.
A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors.
Ooh. That's not a... That's a random secret room. Yeah, okay. Hey, Alton, we just answered our question. That's a backtrack fight generation. So, now we know. It does. It has a hero in it. So, they'll show up on the wagon when we're back in town. Perfectionist might be the worst thing to have on a leper. That one doesn't even show on my map that can show up there. Okay, so over here, this is a wine crate, and this is a wine crate. That's 2 more camping chances. That's why I camped in that room just now. Not only does it make room for the key, but... Now, wine crates don't just give you wood. If you just open them up, you can get blood, but I don't need it. Yeah, still no reason to ever open the blue door. Yeah, that's very true.
Performed.
So you never need to backtrack. I guess there's no guaranteed fight, so you might avoid a fight by going that way, but...
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for
I have
blood.
3 firewood in my inventory, and yet we're at almost no stress and basically full health. You build your party correctly. Well, we generated a fight, so let's see what it is. Maggots. A whole bunch of maggots. Dodgy little maggots.
Destroy.
Dead little maggots. Well, take an attack off the table instead of attacking one of these. That one would die after 2 turns, but it would get an attack off, so...
Mortality clarified.
That's why we take their attacks off the table, because they're bitches. I also forgot to switch him back to Reclaim, or Redeem, or whatever his hot heal is. Would have loved to get a heal in, but sure, crit. Alright, so now we want to go over here. There's a treasure chest in that corner, but it is not a Crimson Court trinket. It's one of, like, one of the treasures we... Oh, well, there was treasure somewhere else, but... It was just a normal treasure chest. At least I think there was, because I didn't use a key on it. But I don't see it on the map, so... Whatever. Yeah, big dungeons. They're intended for you to take multiple forays into them, but trying to do it all in a time frame, you know? Nobody interested. Welcome back. 38 months of Prime. That's absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for the continued support, and welcome back to the Echo. Glad to have you here. That is awesome. 38 months. Who knew? Been a bit, yeah. I feel like it has been a moment since I've seen you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Been around just quiet? Fair enough. Lurkers make the world go round, although if you guys saw any of the videos, there's a number of people who've made videos about it. I linked one in Discord earlier of a young woman who's streaming and talks to her chat and asks all the people lurking to type in chat. And as they do it, you actively see her live viewer number go up dramatically, meaning it's not counting lurkers as active viewers after a certain amount of time, which is just utter bullshit, because lurkers make, the platform. So...
Annihilated.
Really? Yeah, a lot of people will be tuning in and watching, but they're not either in a position or don't have a desire to actively be typing. They're just enjoying the show. That's why lurkers have always been such a big, important part of streams, especially ones like mine, where people can just sit and watch and still feel engaged. But if they're making people who are not actively engaging not count as viewers, that's absolutely deplorable. You can't do that. I don't have a big enough number of people generally tuning in to kind of test it or see if it's having an effect here. But, maybe on a weekend show, we'll see if we see any variance there. But thank you for the crit, you bitch. Well, and I appreciate all the lurkers out there. And don't let that information or potential information change the way you enjoy the stream, please. I don't want that. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me. 3 people speak up, it goes up by 3. I don't even see my number. It's a number I don't look at when I'm live. For sure, nobody. Yeah, exactly. That's why it shouldn't function like that. Twitch cannot survive if they do that to people.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
And honestly, the people who probably notice it more are small and mid-sized streamers. A giant streamer who streams to 25,000 people, a lot of them, their chat's so crazy you can't follow it anyway. So they're probably never going to notice. But someone who streams to numbers like mine or, anywhere between 50 and 1,000 people, if 25% or more of your audience is lurking, it makes a substantial impact on what your numbers show. And I wonder if it's made my numbers look lower over the last couple months than they actually were. Now, they have been lower for other reasons. I haven't been as active outside of the marathon. I've been trying to reestablish my schedule while major things are changing in my everyday life. So there's a lot of reasons, but if they're reasons due to my choices, that's one thing. If they're reasons due to stupidity, that's completely different.
Hello there.
Hello there. All right, we want to go down, right, down, right. Down, right. That's good, Bogu. I'm glad to hear it. And whenever I've been able to catch your streams or look at them, it seems like it's been going great. And that's awesome. There's a shovel barrier over here. In the next hallway. So the key, you can see, gets used there. We're going over here for a Crimson Court trinket. Okay. 2 fights down. Seems like I'd probably get 1 less fight if I go to the right. Potentially. Don't need the stress heal. Yeah, there's no fight in this room, then I only get 1 fight, whereas if I go the other way, I get 2. So I have this hallway fight. I guess as long as, well, if I didn't scout the trap, might get 2 fights, but I did scout the trap, so, haha. Get stunned, bish. Don't stab him. That was very naughty. You are not to stab your teammates. No, the estate is supposed to be large, but this place is bigger than a mid-sized city. I don't know if it's quite that big, but yeah, it is big. Get stunned again. Shut up. I got things to do. We're gonna put the big bleed on her so it doesn't get wasted, because the Houndmaster's gonna kill the Flesh Eater. And then she dies to that. If she gets a turn. Which she don't. Not taking any of those because I'm about to pick up a trinket. Which I would just be docking whatever I picked up right out of my inventory, so. We're gonna leave that, because we're gonna hit it coming the other way. Okay. Never use keys on these. They put a keyhole on the graphic to trick you. Never use keys on these chests. It's why you literally never bring keys into the courtyard, because if you use keys on one of these chests, you lose the Crimson Court trinket and get regular treasure instead. You don't want that, I would expect. They would design it that way to be particularly and intentionally devious.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
That's a good one. Arguably better than the Dazzling Mirror in totality, but the bonus speed versus Bloodsuckers makes the Dazzling Mirror hold up. Now, with its other part, it can be extremely good because the set bonus is that dodge, which is very nice. To the left is Forgotten Delicacies, but I have to go through 2 fights, so we'll just go back up. Do I want to camp while I'm here? Yes. Just because we can, mostly.
gathered close in tenuous firelight and uneasy companionship.
Houndmaster's doing all the heavy lifting during camp. He gets us the scouting, he gets us the surprise, and he gets us stress heal, along with the food.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
I shouldn't have feasted there. I should have done just a normal meal. That's clicked up on my keyboard for no reason. Go back here. Don't need the stress heal. Oh, interesting. 3 shovels left. I've got 2 barricades I have to go through that require a shovel, so I can use 1 more for a wine crate. And there are 4 wine crates between me, 5 between me and the boss. It's a bit crazy. Build your team right. Verify what I just told myself. 1 there, 1 there. Okay. Give me another double. Nope. Okay. We cannot... No more wine crates. These are my last 3. Well, no more wine crates, like, with a shovel. I can just loot them, which can give you nothing, or blood, or treasure. Pretty sure there's a wine crate in this next room, in this one. Which, again, won't be breaking with a shovel. Yep. I think you can also get cut, but... because it's broken glass and all. To fight. Supplicants and sycophants. Supplicants and sycophants. That's a lot of damage. Already infected. He's not, but it's not gonna be either. Nice crit. Oh, come on, he'd be dead. Alright, that one's dead. Get a crit here from the Houndmaster, maybe kill this one? Nope, it's gonna live with 1 health. At least he got dodged. It would live with 1 health. Really? Alright. No cry havoc. Screw you, game. manservants! What happens a lot of times here is they all just guard each other, and then it's like, okay, I'm just attacking a different one of you. It doesn't change anything. Dodgy little shits. Right, you just target the one that's guarding, that they're guarding instead. Sometimes it opens up better targeting options. Obviously, sometimes it can restrict them as well, but... resisted. Swinging cleavers at me. Mean. Dodge. You dodge there, he dies to the bleed. Well, he can just die outright. Suppose that works. Oh my god, stop dodging me so much. Should have attacked the other one. He hasn't taken his action yet. He's not gonna get to. No, you're never gonna get it. Yep, that's the secret room I know about.
Circle in the dark. The battle may yet be won.
All right. He can't be bled, so he should do that every time. This is why we didn't get rid of our, or use our last two shovels. We have two more camps, and the boss is like right around here. So. Craving. Delicacies, last ones we're gonna loot without, or last ones we're gonna loot with herb.
Full pack
I think
often attracts unwanted attention.
I think if you interact with Forgotten Delicacies without herbs, yeah, you can get a disease, you can get the Crimson Curse. There's only a 25% chance of a positive result, so probably won't be interacting with any of them. We have 36 food, so I'm probably not going to be recruiting anybody from here, but yeah. It can be a nice thing if you don't have a full roster or you've lost somebody to... No, it's not what I meant to do. You know, to refill your roster. Is this map for this area fixed? Yes. So all the Crimson or Courtyard maps for the boss fights are fixed. Not only are they fixed so you know what curio is in each position, but even the fights are always the same breakdown of enemies. At least the fights that are in rooms. Randomly generated hallway fight could be something random, but everything else is, you can know exactly what it is. Yeah, they're huge. These are intended for you to come in and come back multiple times. So the maps are scripted, and also you can leave at any point, and when you come back, you'll be back on the exact tile you left on. So progress is saved, but you have to have an invitation for that boss for each time you come back in, and a week does progress. So they're meant to be done in multiple trips with how big they are. But my additional challenge for myself is to do them all in one singular week. Build the party properly and take them all out in one go. Exactly, yeah, trying to keep myself on pace. I immediately, upon entering the fight, got a chirp about finishing the fight before reinforcements show up. We just got here, game. I haven't even taken an attack yet, and you're like, you better hurry up. Well, fuck, let me try. Start the fight, and the game's like, you're going too slow. What? Nasty fight. I'm not gonna stun that guy. I was gonna try to stun him so he wouldn't guard either of them. No, it's just anytime it's down to 2 small enemies or 2 average-sized enemies, the chirp is possible. And it may be that small enemies, so there's technically a size below average. So an average enemy is a single-tile enemy that can leave a corpse. A small enemy is a single-tile enemy, but it does not leave a corpse. Maggots, spiders, sycophants, they don't leave corpses, so it may be that they even have less of a time frame in which the chirp can happen. I don't know. I don't think that they have a lesser time frame, but it may be that the chirp is more apt to happen. Nine damage. He's dead. Good. the one problem with Bloodlust. And why I normally don't trigger it, but... like, intentionally. Those are worth more. Not that I really care, but... I'm gonna trust the Plague Doctor stuns both of them. Alright, she's dead to the bleed, but it won't happen on my... it won't happen before my turn starts, so... he won't be able to stun the one in the back. But he might be able to. She. No. The chance is too low. I'm just gonna swing. Very nice. That one's dead. Big crit. She's exactly dead. That's beautiful. Dead, dead. Holy shit! That was a 46! Okay. Getting close. Blood flowers, and then there's a fight. Yeah, we scouted it, so you can see it. Easy fight. Dead before it takes an action. And he's still about a 50% chance to get stunned on his, or by the occultist. 60. Or 65, whatever it increases by on a crit. 10 or 15. Or 20. It doesn't matter, because he got stunned. 60% resisting the bleed. It's an 80%, so 20% to resist multiple times. Bro. Bro! Owl. Get dodged! You're not the only one who can dodge bullshit. me him. Give me fuel, give me fire. Give me that which I desire. Cry havoc, and let's slip the dogs of war.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Burn that. It'll give us accuracy for the next battle. Disarmed. We're getting close. We're almost there yet. Four fights to the boss, something like that. This is one of the few Darkest Dungeon, or excuse me, Crimson Courtyard maps where after the fight, there's not a lot of the dungeon to explore unless you've purposely skipped exploring some of it. But honestly, the path that leads to the boss, other than where I went to the bottom right, so other than over here, the only place that really sends you out of the way, I can't adjust the map apparently in combat, is to the bottom right for the Crimson Court trinket down in the bottom right. Other than that, the most straightforward path to get the keys takes you right to the boss, and there's nothing else to really explore afterwards. Whereas after the Baron fight, you have the whole lower right section to search, and after the Countess, there is a huge section of the map you can go search if you want. So one health he would have after the dot. He's gonna have one health. Now he has a lot more health. He barely did any damage to me. He healed for 20. Alright, he's dead. He's dead. One health after the bleed. Oh my god, they land on 1 HP so damn frequently. Jute Tapestry. I still need the shovel. That's 2 blood though. There is a damned fountain, but am I gonna need it? I probably don't need all this food, actually. There's a shovel. There's a pillar right here. That's the shovel. North, there's a wine crate, a hallway fight, and then a room fight. So we'll see a wine crate right here. Yep. Hallway fight on the next tile. Big beastie. I clicked 1 for my stun and it didn't happen. Okay. The little guys are annoying. The big guy's the concern. His output potential is, you know, we saw, like the first fight of this dungeon, one of them crit the occultist for 60, and he's had that debuff since the first fight, essentially. All right, it's dead. Oh, I'm not dangerous? Crit. Yeah, fucker. Kid, lay down. Stay out of there. Watch your head.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Okay. Wow. There's a fight in this room, and they didn't really get healed much. I might regret him not being able to backline, but if he takes a hit, he can then heal either offensively or defensively. Might as well do that. Damn it. The Plague Doctor's speed was too low to get in there before they started doing stuff. Okay. She's dead. Very good. Wow, he resisted the bleed. He's got such good default bleed chance. The fact that they've resisted as frequently as they have, I guess it's over the course of the entire dungeon, but still. Infallible servitude, probably. The one time you don't hit him for 21 is when they're at exactly 21 health. Come on! I just feel this attack coming in and being problematic. It hit somebody else. I got 75 dodge, bitch. Stop it. With your measly little 37 dodge. Unacceptable. He has 1 health. What did I just say about how many times they land on 1 health? Ow! That hurt. Alright. Well, they did get a bleed, but... Ouch! Stop it! Take that bleed away. Finish him. Little cry havoc. Little havocacious cry. Tell me I got good scouting here. Not as much as I would like. I need to scout the next area because there's a trap, and it's one of the traps that summons enemies, not just does what trap thing. Okay, we did scout it. So yeah, the only voluntary area, so you start here, you have to come here to get the blue key, and then you come back down, this is the blue door, and then you have to come over here to get the yellow key, which is this door here. So the only place I went that you're not strictly required to go is this path, right down here. And then the boss is up here, and there's nothing else to search. So this is one of the few courtyard maps where there's not extra post-boss, really, to explore. Song. Wow, she resisted. That is bullshit. Yep. They always become rapturous, so... And we can deal with it.
Even the aged oak will fall to the tempest's winds.
Should have switched him off of his current abilities, though. That guy's dead, though. That was very nice crit. Crit's annoying. Mostly, not even here. It's because it pushed him back up. The other two didn't get stressed, but he did. Okay, stop with the fucking dodging. Bitch. Now you're just being an asshole, game. Right before I get to the boss fight, I mean, I can camp twice, so I can deal with it, which is why I said I can deal with it, but still. Had to stack that bleed, huh? You couldn't... That one was dead. You couldn't attack the other one? Whatever. Shut up. We don't need to hear your yapping. Now it just comes down to if he
Huddled
rolls
together,
poorly and won't accept the
furtive
stress
and
heal.
vulnerable. Rats in a maze.
Okay, he took it, so. Good. And that, or I think that's a damn fountain. It is. So he'll be rid of his affliction. We're very close to. If he catches 4 more stress as we're walking. Of course, 1 howl would reach the difference. It is all concentrated on the Plague Doctor right now. Alright. Rapturous is gone. We just need to get theirs down a little bit, and we can camp before the boss fight. Oh, I already used it. Yeah, would have targeted him with it, but that's fine. Alright. Any abilities I need to change for the boss fight? Yep, that one. Do I want Cry Havoc on during the boss fight? Yeah, probably. If he gets shuffled to the front, I might want Stun on. Self-heal can take... I'm just going to trust that that'll work. I don't want limited use abilities as much here, so I want this one and this one. I want this one, and probably Redeem over Exsanguinate. And then you've got your mark. You do want your stun. Alright. Yeah, alright, that'll work. You don't have frontline blight, but I want you to be able to get rid of bleeds, and if he's in the front, you can bleed him instead of blighting him. That works. Blood flowers are a shovel curio. Yeah. Okay. Nothing I want to do there. And then this is Forgotten Delicacies 3 in a row. But I don't have any herbs, so. But he's a glutton, so. Alright. Here we go.
The glutton's taste for morbidity is made more pronounced by his mutation.
Immediately dodges the stun. Fandamtastic. Good way to start. Healed for 50. Not a great way to start, but he takes the debuff from eating the big one. Nice dodge. That takes one of his actions off the table. Big damage. Oh, he's feeling it. Are you feeling it, Mr. Viscount? Oh, such a baby heel. Ow! It's not known for his high damage, but if you land a crit, I guess anything goes. Take his last action of this turn off the table. Nice. Big crit here, Houndmaster. Come on. Big crit. Not a big crit. Big damage, though, if we can get it in quickly. We should have him. He's dead. Nice! Easy boss fight.
Let us hope he
Viscount's not the trouble, the dungeon is.
served cold as it was.
He is often considered the easiest courtyard boss.
Ornaments, neatly ordered, lovingly admired.
Anything else I can get? Nah, it's not worth going anywhere else. We've got all the trinkets, so. Alright, that's the Viscount. 1 week full clear and kill. Fuck you, game. Quick reflexes was better. On guard was probably no, because 2 speed is always if the torch is high. This is a little too personally accurate. Okay, Darkest Dungeon, that I have imposter syndrome. You need to stop, okay? That feels a little bit targeted.
The virulent clouds from the courtyard have abated. The airs of the estate feel narrowly agreeable once again.
And, this is where the ones you rescued will show up. My roster is full, but there they are. Nothing there. Now the Countess. The Musketeers healing wood. And the Countess is fed. Oh. All we have left is the Countess and the 4 Darkest Dungeon quests, and we have 6 weeks. We got one of the leper CC trinkets. Yeah, the leper's will and testament. Prot and HP and death blow resist. His death blow resist goes down. Not that important. We got the Man-at-Arms one, which is a very good one. And we have the, so this is very interesting for the, Highwaymen. Default virtue chance, I think, is 25%. The default chance to get virtuous. And, his parry gives him a plus 45%. So I think he gets to be 70% chance to get virtuous if you have both of these on. And, that's not low, but not really a situation where you can ever make that, you know, it's not overly useful. Okay, I do not have time to do the Countess today. You can see that we did the Viscount, and that was 3 hours. 2 hours and 51 minutes I've been live. And basically all of it was in that map. And the Countess map is bigger. By, like, a noticeable amount. Excuse me. Yeah, so her map, you start at the extreme north, work your way down and over to a corridor on the left to get the yellow key, go through the yellow door, and you're into the main section. So here's the thing. The main section is pretty small. You go down to the very bottom, and yeah, you have to get the red key. So you go through a fight, get the red key, go back up, fight the boss. Behind the boss, or in her room, is the green key. You go back to the south. Green key opens the door. Secret room, blue key. And if you get the blue key, you go all the way back up to the very top of the map and then all the way over to the right where there's a very long, singular, winding path. And at the very end of it is a Crimson Court trinket. There are no CC trinkets on the map elsewhere, except for right before the boss fight. If you go down the left side, it's an equally long, winding track, and at the end of it is a treasure chest that is not a Crimson Court trinket, which is bullshit. I will most likely not be streaming tomorrow. I will be streaming Saturday, and there's a chance we finish everything Saturday. But I'm not necessarily done tonight. I might do the first Darkest Dungeon quest here, because it's a relatively small map. I'm just trying to make that decision right now. It's a small map, but it's very dangerous. All of them are. Let me see. Yeah, so after you kill her, if you want to get the single other CC trinket, you have to go like a super fucking long way. But I'm gonna try to do it. The Countess fight is, she's the hardest boss in the game. So. Okay. Let's consider going after... My party for this is probably Crusader, Double Highwayman, Vestal. Because essentially you're fighting a shuffling horror, a shambler that's stronger and has stronger allies with it. But with double riposte setup, you can basically get him to kill himself. The Vestal can keep everyone alive, and the Crusader's just good as a frontliner who can reposition with Holy Lance when the shuffle inevitably happens. And you have to also consider when you do Darkest Dungeon excursions that a hero will never enter 2 Darkest Dungeon quests. So anybody you send on the first quest cannot go to the second, third, or fourth. And on the second and third quest, I'm going to use a Vestal. And most likely on the final quest, I'm probably just going to send 2 people. And that's Man-at-Arms Highwayman. Or Man-at-Arms Crusader, excuse me. Which is what I did last year, but my strategy last year was a little bit flawed in my execution. Alright, so if we go here, Crusaders. Which Crusader am I sending? You have Warrior of Light. Oh my god, I need them to be leveled up, and they're not. And I don't have... I have 1 extra. I need to do a farmstead. I need to do an endless farmstead just to get enough experience to rank them up 1 time. So that I have them available. Alright. So, endless runs never advance. They'll advance the week, but then you still get to do a quest, and that quest doesn't advance the week. So, it will show that it advances the week when you do the endless quest, but then you can do another excursion and the week won't roll. So when I do this, it will show me going from week 95 to 96. But I'll then get to do the first darkest dungeon, and it'll stay at 96. I have exactly enough weeks, basically, to do all of this, so... Or it'll show 95, yeah. But doing an endless doesn't cost you the time. So we have weeks 95, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 100. So I have 6 weeks to do 5 quests. Let me just stack both of them. All right. Yeah, she lost on guard, which is actually really good for me. Okay. So, I have to consider Mildred's locket here, and I think I'm going to put it in place of that. Except that it speeds her up. So actually, do that. That'll work. They have a significant split in their speed now, which is good. Ashikura, not to spoil today's, but we did the Viscount. That was everything we've done up to this point today. We did the Viscount map in a single week, full clear and kill. I'm about to do an endless farmstead just to try to get this Vestal to level 5 so that I have them for a Darkest Dungeon quest, should I need them, which I will. So we have 6 weeks left, 6 adventures, 6 excursions we can do. And we have 4 Darkest Dungeons and the Countess, so that's 5 quests. So, yeah, we're cutting it close, but... yeah, I have 1 week of wiggle room, essentially.
The poor miller. Thrice a victim.
Thankfully,
The
these
season
farmstead
took his
excursions
life
don't...
road.
I can do these
took his
for
land.
free to try to
And
get
now,
this Vestal leveled up.
Years later, the comet has taken his humanity. My only regret is that I did not live to see that.
And since I don't really have time to do the Countess or a Darkest Dungeon quest today,
miraculous bounty I reaped from beyond
this'll
the
work.
void.
Nice opening. Good heal. It's a lot of stress.
A powerful blow.
Trample. No crit. Not a terrible shuffle.
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
Sedated. The reason for the farmstead expedition is I need 3 Vestals for my 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Darkest Dungeon quest, and she's only level 4. So the farmstead is to get her to at least level 5.
Back to the pit.
I was looking at doing the first Darkest Dungeon venture and was like, oh, he's only level 4. I don't want to go into the Darkest Dungeon at level 4. That would be quite painful. And because it doesn't cost me a week, use it for the experience, so.
Unnerved.
Ouch. She's a fucking tank with both these items giving bonus hit points. She has like nearly double the health.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Spicy.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Destroy them all.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I want to keep Battle Ballad stacked. They are just broken. All of them. Precisely.
The ground quakes.
Are you quaking, Mr. Ground?
Precision.
Yes.
And power.
Yes, you are.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Bitch, she's a tank. You ain't gonna hurt her.
Impressive.
Impressive. Sedated. This is how a life is taken. Wait a second.
As the fiend falls,
A faint hope blossoms. Oh, I didn't bring any keys for the curio that uses keys.
Curiosities, begging for examination.
Yeah, I needed this stress heal so bad. Stir the rebel. Whack. Holy damage, Batman.
well struck.
Get in on the crits. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Devastating blow.
Get absolutely dumpstered. Boom.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
You're weak. $30 stress, basically.
Masterfully executed.
Get fucking destroyed. But one thing I want to make sure to do is to keep Battle Ballad stacked. She needs a little stress heal, but she'll get it when they crit like crazy because Battle Ballad is fully stacked. That's where our stress healing comes from. It's critical hits. Ideally.
The wounds of war can be healed.
I do like the music here in the farmstead. Yeah. Yeah. They don't have any stress, so oh darn. Can't stress heal. Shucks. And it's only occasionally that the stress heal bounces to another member of the party, but when you're doing multi-attacks, it happens quite frequently, so.
Sedated. Be gone, fiend.
Be gone, fiend. Battle Ballad! It's the Battle Ballad! Why single target anything? Battle Ballad targets everybody? Impale targets everybody? Divine Comfort targets everybody? I don't want to have to target anything. Just throw shit that hits everything. Does it affect more than one target? Yes. Fucking use it. Management level, tap, tap. Exactly. Oh no, they have stress. Oh no, what are they gonna do? No, no, they're stressing. Yeah, fuck.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Beyond time and space.
A place of refuge, if only for a fleeting moment.
Okay, back to the fight. Radiant, Splendorous. Splendiferous. Oh no, we're stressed. Oh no, we have so much stress. Oh, we're so stressed. Get wrecked. Oh no, we're stressed. I am gonna stun here. Single target, I know, but base stress heal.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Ow! Rain of Wits. Nope, point blank shot. Don't screw up my impale here. Good. There it is. See, he can do the AoE too. We were talking about AoE 2 the other night. That is Age of Empires in, with my WoW guild.
Cleansed from our lands.
He can do AoE also. I got a single target stress heal here. I know. Letting the Battle Ballad drop.
Slowly, gently.
This is how your
life is taken.
Wrecked! Holy crits! Stop resisting. That's annoying. A trifling victory. Yeah.
Cuts on its own.
Ow! That hurt. Not as bad as that hurt. Get right.
The blood quickens.
Making me use single target abilities. How dare you, sir? Hey! Walk off with that. Gonna make me single target stress heal. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that anymore. Low poly. He has 1 health. Of course, the other 3 dodge it. They resisted the doom. Or that, yeah. Horror. Horror is what it's called.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Alright, I need to get Battle Ballads stacked up again.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
No bleed. No additional bleed beyond what she already had, so.
Another one falls.
Ba-da-dum. Dum, dum. Another one bites the dust. Ba-da-dum. Dum, dum. Another one bites the dust. And another one's gone. And another one's gone. Another one bites the dust.
Has no intrinsic
Hey.
merit.
That's a bunch of skellies. Another one bites the dust.
Considered a virtue.
That's what I need to see, is that stress heal rolling over. Hey, I've got no quarrel with you. Which isn't true, we're fighting them, but nice dodge. But it was because he fired a quarrel, so come on. Come on! You're gonna give me those. Kinda like he gave me that quarrel. Ha! They're gonna get resurrected. Unless my action, no, because it's default, it's automatic at the beginning of the turn. It won't even matter if I outspeed them, which I will. But it's automatic when his turn starts. Not a big deal. No, the other one got replaced, so. Battle Ballad! They're all pumping 80s rock ballads in their headphones. Earphones, I suppose, or earbuds. Nah, they're old school. They got headphones and wired Walkmans. Discmans, so they're constantly skipping because of the movement during the fight. It's annoying. That's just a problem you gotta deal with. Alright, so now we can stop here. The Vestal has leveled because we've reached the end of the first section.
At last,
But
some sheltered corner of reality.
yeah, it doesn't even trigger the dot, exactly. But there's no reason for us not to keep going, because we're gonna do fine.
reality regained.
And more crystals, so that we can get the mirror shield for the man-at-arms. Give me reasons. The space between
A momentary abatement.
the truth lies across this new divide. I started talking about Walkmans and then Discmans, which is a portable CD player for those of you too young to know. And that made me think of the last CD I remember listening to on a portable CD player, which was a Linkin Park CD. It wasn't that one, it was probably Meteora. But that made me think of a Linkin Park song, and then A New Divide was in my head. So now you've boarded my train of thought. Welcome aboard. That's how my stupid mind works. Welcome to the madness. That didn't kill him. Oh, it crit though. Hybrid Theory was one of the first 3 CDs that I bought for myself. I bought 3 CDs in the same day, and they were Hybrid Theory, Appetite for Destruction, which was Guns N' Roses, and Savage Garden's first album, Savage Garden. Oof. I mean, I've definitely got some gray hairs, particularly in my beard. You can see it. There's quite a bit of gray. I'm old and getting older. Well, it's not like I'm right up on the camera, but yeah, there's like a big patch right there. It's quite gray. I have a pretty dark beard too, so they stand out a little bit more. At least to me, but of course, I notice it, so. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I die to find out. There you go, Daishi. Ooh, I want you, I don't know if I need you, but ooh, I'm dying to find out. I know every word to that song.
Executed with impunity.
I know every word to probably 6 or 7 songs off Savage Garden's first album. And some of their later songs.
Battle behind, battle ahead. But for a moment, peace.
Okay.
A spark without kindling is a goal without hope.
No reason not to. Good there, Twitch. Yeah, there you go. Can you get Nightmares and Endless? I don't think so. I don't think you can get Nighttime Ambushes or Nightmares. I didn't guard against it, because I don't think you can. Blight skill chance. Cool. The enemies all have a lot more dodge, though, but our primary attack has Blight attached to it, so sure. I haven't gotten the final Nightmare. I haven't gotten the Severed Hand, and I might not. That might be my one flex week, is like almost intentionally trying to get that, so that I have that, you know, as well. I have the second to last Shield Breaker trinket, but I don't have the Severed Hand. So, at least I don't think I do. I don't think I got it. Now I have that song stuck in my head too. Maintaining well. I mean, with all level 5 champions, bar this one, and Ancestor, Boss, and Crimson Court trinkets in every slot, basically, you should do well. Oh, I guess I do have a farmstead trinket, but it's a quite good one. Because you can't randomly target an enemy if you're hitting all the enemies, so it works. Dum-dum-da-da-dum-dum. Not far from the Miller. Beyond time and space.
A closer look, perhaps?
Here we go.
Rejoice at the familiar
Miller.
Rain and ruin.
Immortal beloved. There's a small chance to land a stun on him. It's a small chance. I'm gonna kill that before he can buff it. Just don't give him the chance. Yeah, fucking summon another one, bitch. You can't make that one guard you. It got summoned and immediately got a turn. That feels like a little bit of bullshit to me. It got a turn before the turn was over. Like, it got summoned and immediately took an action. That one can't guard you, neither. Good. No stun? Oh, that debuff, not a stun. Fine by me. A little bit low on the healing, but overall fine. Nice, Olsen. I didn't think so, because I almost never use the nighttime ambush prevention, so... Also, I should know that because I always bring double shield bearer, like almost always. Shield breaker, excuse me. And I never get the nightmares here, so I'm sure I knew that and just needed to remind myself of it. Good place for the crit.
Rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
He's going down. This might be a double reaping turn.
Cannot be left unanswered.
But we're doing okay. The one in position 1 is the tank right now, so...
Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Alright, alright, alright. He didn't heal himself, though.
To a killing blow.
So he did some damage there, but he didn't heal himself, which means he's in range of 2 of their attacks killing him. So, that's what I need. Or 1. He has 4 health.
Fitting that he find rest upon the dead he harrowed so fruitlessly.
I should probably leave now and not push for another, because that's going to be the sleeper. And, while they could probably do it, I don't need to.
Resupply and
I forgot to
recover,
bring a
but be
key
quick.
for the stockpile. So...
Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
Oh my god, she's 2 experienced from level 6. Hippocratic, no! No! And it replaced Warrior of Light? Give her Hippocratic. The fuck? 2 experience away.
In truth, I cannot tell how much time has passed since I sent that letter.
Technically, they could go right back in, do a single bar fill, and that would level her to level 6. Let's do the first darkest dungeon. Double healing trinket is so good. Yeah, I think that's... I gotta do it that way. Alright. Duelist advance. Accuracy base 115. This is less, but this is a harder hit. But this is the bleed. And it debuffs the speed. I'm gonna go like this. Holy Lance and the stress heal. Only needs Holy Lance for the boss fight, though, so I'll put Bulwark on instead. Okay. So the first Darkest Dungeon quest, the boss at the end is a Shuffling Whore, which is just a stronger Shambler that also has stronger allies. Although the tentacles are quite dangerous when you fight a normal Shambler. But this one can have any of the enemies that are common to the Darkest Dungeon, which can be quite dangerous enemies. You get the Talisman of the Flame. You get 3 of them from going to the first quest. In the second quest, you need the Talisman of the Flame because the enemies do an attack that does a fuck ton of damage and stress from an ability called Revelation. You only get 3 of these, not 4 of these, though. So you put 3 of them on 3 people, and one of those people has to be someone who can guard the 4th person and stop them from being targeted by Revelation ever. It also means when you go to the second dungeon, you're weaker because 3 of your people don't have double trinket. They have a single trinket and then a talisman. So... Darkest Dungeon Quest is if a Darkest Dungeon Quest is abandoned, not all heroes are guaranteed to survive. Someone must sacrifice themselves to hold off the fiends during retreat. Huh. I think it's only 1 chest, but I'll take 2 keys. And I don't need any shovels. I'll take him just in case. Okay.
Once again, The stars are right, and the manor sits at the very epicenter of cosmic unrest. Cultists rally to their twisted idols, and great gongs sound in anticipation of the coming sacrifices. Far below, life-laden shadows pulse to the unrelenting rhythm of a beating heart.
So, the darkest dungeon, like the courtyard, is scripted. The maps are always the same. The location of fights is always the same. The enemies present in the fights is always the same. And it is
The blood
dangerous.
of the fallen flows ever downward along these titan spires. The creature fattens itself on your failures.
These guys offer no danger by themselves. All they do is essentially heal themselves and each other. But you can't stall against them endlessly. The game prohibits that.
Destroyed.
That's probably a good omen. Damn.
Annihilated. Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Huh. These guys can hit really freaking hard with one ability that they have.
A powerful blow.
That's not it, but...
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
a good start. This is Double Brawler Rapturous Priest. Rapturous Cultist. Ascended Brawler. Ascended B-Roller. That tickled. Oh no, he's guarding him! But you're dead.
As the fiend falls, a faint
This is why I put Holy Lance back on, because he might get pushed into rank 3. But if there needs to be a target in 3 or 4 for hit, or 2, 3, or 4, still the correct call.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I don't think it matters which way I go here. I think there's a fight on both sides. Ah, the north fight is Double Brawler, Double Witch. The south fight is Brawler, Priest, Witch, Rapture. And honestly, that's easier than Double Brawler, Double Witch, because Double Witch can cause a lot of stress. Whereas Rapture, Priest, Brawler, Witch, less so.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
Give me 1 second. I just had something pop up. Alright, let's see. Which needs to die first? Keep stress from being a problem. That's the one. The finger can do just a fuck ton of damage, as you can see. So keeping the stress down is fine, but now I have him on death's door right away, which is so fun. Has to do that just to make sure a follow-up attack doesn't put him on, doesn't kill him. Damn it. Low damage there. Well, at least he's healing someone who's not hurt. Meaning it didn't do any good. I hope he becomes virtuous. Fucking serious game.
Those who covet injury find it in no short supply.
That's fine.
The flesh is knit.
Can you stop? That's why we needed to kill her first, but she don't want to die. None of our attacks were crits, and with our rates, we should have seen one crit, probably. Right as his riposte wears off, too. Hey, Bob, welcome back.
Hello, all the Boy 51 salute.
Soothed. Sedated. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Just will not let me recover it. Any. Fucking hell. Take the heal, you idiot! Goodness.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
I'm looking at the map to decide pathing and so forth. There's one fight where I can probably recover. There's two fights where I can recover some. And that's what I have to try to do. This next fight is super dangerous. It's triple priest. They're the ones who can do the finger attack.
The light, the promise of safety.
That causes way too much stress for it just being a critical hit. Like, yeah, I get it, but...
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Good dodges, though. Good crit. Under 100.
Well struck.
Good crit. No stun. Kill. Okay.
Death waits for the slightest
30 stress.
lapse in
Like,
concentration.
fuck off. That's brutal. Would love to get another heal in, but... well, and I might. They're gonna virtue test because he can't shut the fuck up. His dodge is not that high, game. Can you stop?
These nightmarish
All right.
creatures can be felled. They can be
Next
beaten.
fight can have 2 Rapturous in it, which means I can find a way to stall out pretty easily. If I kill the priest, it's just a brawler double rapture, and I can stall against that. So we just gotta kill the priest quickly. And then I could potentially fully recover in this fight. It'll take a minute, but we'll just be taking the 1 attack each turn from the brawler, and I can deal with that. Good. Okay. But I need to not have riposte set up because I don't want to actually kill him right now. He's gonna virtue test here in a second. We're just gonna be shuffling a lot.
Precision and power.
A little bit of a stress heal. A little bit of a stress heal. Stop talking. Just heal your stress and shut up. We don't need to hear you. Same result, dickhead. I'm not moving. You kinda are.
Soothed,
Good.
sedated.
Good.
As the light gains purchase,
Getting there.
spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Do be careful I don't kill one. Good dodges. Ancestor's coat paying off there. Alright, I guess I'm just swapping position there. Can't risk getting a crit and killing one of them right now. Go down to 2 enemies and reinforcements can show up that are a lot more annoying to deal with. If he got crit, he would have tested. But if he... It's nice that they got 2 turns back. They got their turns back to back there because they got the last action on the previous turn and then the first action on that turn. Like I said, we'll be here for a minute, but... a couple crits like that and it goes faster. Much faster. I don't need to hear you yap. Take the heal or don't. Shut up about it, though. Two more turns and he'll be done with the affliction, which is the most important thing, but obviously we still need to deal with the high stress on some other people. We can camp here one time, but I need to do that before the boss, ideally, to buff them for damage. Good. If this crits, he could be done. Okay, so he'll need one more turn. Or, no, because even if she crit heals, it'll only be 3. This is one of those situations where this party is built for the boss fight, and they're not great at the dungeon. They're good enough, but they're really built for this boss fight, not the dungeon itself. But these aren't courtyard, you know, where you can leave and come back. You got to do it in one trip, so. All right, his affliction is gone. You know, if he were the one on 100 stress, I'd hope he got tested, because he's almost certainly going to get virtuous. But of course, it's the other one. Let me swap trinkets in the middle of a fight. That's not what I actually meant to do, but he was on swap and went all the way forward. Honestly, that's tempting. Well, I'm glad he got crit afterwards, and I'm glad he didn't roll over. Meaning after his affliction was fixed.
Masterfully executed.
Okay. This is the first Darkest Dungeon quest.
The wounds of war can be healed, but never hidden.
Eradicated. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
He gets tested, he gets tested. Probably gets virtue. Alright. Where am I? Brawler Priest, Double Witch, Brawler Priest, Rapture Witch. So it's better to go to the center room. I get the chest and I get what should be a better fight. The light, the actual lighting on your screen barely changes in this place, so it makes it a lot harder to realize when your torch is dipping. At least for me it does. Well, he's gonna get tested. Let's see if he gets a virtue, since he has a 70% right now. Of course not! Why the fuck would he? It's only a 70+% chance that he becomes virtuous. I literally moved the trinkets specifically for this case, and he still gets afflicted. That is beyond frustrating.
A singular strike.
Impressive. Decimated.
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
Exposed to a killing blow.
What did that do, like 4 damage? That's a killing blow? Really? I don't think so. I think these can also have ancestor trinkets in them if you don't already have them all. These satchels. Because I think they're called like an ancestor satchel or something like that. We'll find out in a second, but...
Remind yourself that
I guess it didn't give you the name of it, but
an
sure.
insidious killer.
Alright. If I go north, there's a fight with Double Rapture Brawler Priest. That would be my best chance to stall out another fight and heal. Guess that's what I'm doing. Taking a fight I don't even have to take, but it gives me a chance to stall.
A devastating blow.
Of course he's guarded. And healed. Basically fully healed.
A decisive
Guess I'm not
volley.
stalling against him, but that's fine. The guard's down now. Or should be.
Soothed. Sedated.
She's gonna test. Oh, she's close. I guess if it had crit, she would. Failed a 70, we're not gonna succeed a 30. Thank you. I was like, the guard needs to drop. Son of a bitch! Come on!
Reeling. About to break.
And of course he's guarded again. Fucking quit it. It's not a high dodge enemy. 24 is nothing at this point. It's literally basically no dodge. I might get reinforcements, but we'll see. That's a little stress heal. Take that.
Inspiration and improvement.
We did 2 attacks that turn, so that turn stalls without a problem. Even a crit won't fully stress heal them. Like a crit stress heal won't, it'll get them down to 6. So I need at least 2 more. This one and 1 more. No, at least 1 more. More likely 2 more. Crit there could have put it down to 1, but alright, 1 more. And then I'll just have them both at 70 something. Hey, that stress healed him. His affliction is gone.
As victories mount, so too will resistance.
Just using extra torches, I should have just backtracked. No fights here. There's a fight in this next room, but I could have just come across. I'm just using extra torches, but it really doesn't matter. This is Malignant Growth, Priest, Witch, Rapture. So the Witch and the Priest and the Malignant Growth can guard them. So it's... I guess which needs to go first. Okay, that's one.
Grievous injury.
At least he can't be guarded on the riposte. So, it's a lot of stress.
A momentary abatement.
Good. Crit. Nice. It's a little stress heal. I don't care about the health, but it's a stress heal. Get whatever stress heals I can in, because the fight right before the Shuffling Horror is double Witch. And that can just be a ton of stress, so... Sorry about that. OBS had a hiccup, I guess. Should be back. All right. He has the combat buff for damage, so I'm gonna give him the trinkets that up his damage more. Alright. This is double witch. Priest. Gotta kill the witches before they stress me out like crazy. Good time to dodge. Can you do it twice? Holy shit. That's pretty miraculous. Now I almost want to attack the priest since he's hasn't taken a turn yet, but... Hit him with a big riposte. Okay? Kill this bitch. Come on. Big swing here. Wow, she didn't get stunned. Oh my god! Okay, nice. Nice. He's dead. Ooh, he's not quite dead, but he's close. Alright. Kill here. Full heal. Everybody's at full health. Pistol shot. Okay. Now the boss fight.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
There's no way he outspeeds us, but sure. Big damage. Just what I needed. Yeah, it's basically a bigger Shambler. He's attacking both the people who can swing back. That seems like a dumb attack. He literally targeted the two riposts. Big damage. Beautiful. This is why we have Holy Lance on. Now he attacked the two who can't riposte. So, okay. Kills the priest. Yeah, that's why this party is built this way. Specifically for countering his AoE attacks. This can guard him, which is problematic, to say the least, but... he's almost dead.
Monstrous
Got it.
size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Again, boss fights are not the hardest part of Darkest Dungeon. It's getting to them. In almost all cases, in almost all situations, that's the case. Hey, our last ancestor trinket!
This expedition, at least,
I got 'em all!
Success.
Acquire all your ancestors' trinkets. Just got the achievement pop up. Because I don't think I've ever done it in a single run before. Well, not on this Steam account at least, so...
You have merely glimpsed the edge of the abyss.
Stress
But it is
removed!
enough to trigger the cycle of revelation.
Now!
Now, like me, you will begin to see things as they truly are.
They have an icon over here, the torch, meaning they've been into the Darkest Dungeon. They will not go into a Darkest Dungeon again. You can see that they have the flourish, but they also don't count towards your roster size. Yes, every time you do a Darkest Dungeon, it removes stress from everybody. But yeah, they don't count towards your roster size anymore. So if I were to, for example, still have those level 5s from the Crimson Court, or if I get any in the Courtyard, I could pull them onto the roster if I needed to. Alright, so we are on week 96. Means we have 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100 to do Darkest Dungeon number 2, 3, 4, and the Countess. Purely, the best option is you're getting smacked by the priest and summon his head. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We demolished it, you know, once we got to it, and just had to handle the stress before getting there just in case. So, that worked. Folks, that's as good a time as any, probably a better than most to wrap up. It sucks that everything crashed right before we got to that fight, but at least we came back up long enough to finish that fight off. My hair is like doing all kinds of weird shit and sticking up, but So today we finished the Viscount off, and we took out the first Darkest Dungeon. That means on Saturday, if I can, we'll probably start with the Countess and see how long that takes, and then do the 3 remaining Darkest Dungeons. I might be able to get them all in Saturday. It just depends on how early I'm on and how long it takes to do it. So I had an absolute blast today. We're drawing towards the end of this campaign, which is absolutely awesome. It's been a great campaign so far. Hopefully we can finish it out cleanly with no more losses and finish with all the goals intact. You guys have been awesome and amazing, and as always, thank you for the good times, good vibes, and good conversations. And I'll see you next time, right here in the Echo, where each and every one of us has a voice. Good night, God bless, be good people, and I'll see you Saturday, folks. Adios.